Welcome to the third hour of our program. Paul Krugman, the award-winning economist, says that the Trump administration will not back down because they're afraid of humiliation. I think it's interesting. He's writing over at his Substack, Paul Krugman's Substack, and he says, why will the brutality continue? Because these people are malignant narcissists whose lives are all about displaying dominance. Now, this is the point that I made in my op-ed today, too, which is that, most of these ICE guys, most of these Customs and Border Patrol guys are basically beta men. They're submissive men who are in search of a male authority figure. This is common in the conservative movement. The majority, in fact, the research has been done on this. In fact, I hot linked to one of the studies on this that found that the more submissive a man is, the more likely he is to be a conservative. Because conservatives want hierarchy. They want strong daddy to tell them what to do. In fact, they desperately need strong daddy to tell them what to do. George Lakoff, the professor from the University of California at Berkeley, I believe, has pointed this out in multiple op-eds and in at least one of his books. I'm not sure if it's Don't Think About an Elephant or another one, but, and he points out that there's these two models of governance. One is the strict father model, which you see in fascist nations always. I mean, it's the classic model of a fascist nation. One country, one leader, one right, right. The one leader part of it is the key, right? All Heil Hitler, right? All hail the leader. And so that's the strict father model. That's what conservatives want. That's what these cucks at ICE want. And then there's the nurturing family model, which is what FDR brought to the United States. It's what Democrats have always advocated. It's what you see in most small d democratic nations, certainly the advanced democratic nations like, the Scandinavian nations, where their democracies are functioning very, very well, thank you very much. And the quality of life is very good. Nobody goes bankrupt because somebody gets sick. Anybody can go to college. Jobs pay well. People have a decent retirement. People are safe. And that nurturing family model is basically the essence of small d democracy. But these ICE guys, these pathetic men who call themselves conservatives and Republicans and police, that's not what they want. They want Big Daddy to tell them how to think. They want Big Daddy to tell them what to do. And when they kill somebody for Big Daddy, they want Big Daddy to stand up for them. So back to Paul Krugman. He says the sheer horror of what they've already done makes it impossible for them to change course because climbing down after you've murdered people and lied about it would be humiliating, and humiliation is their greatest fear. And then he says, how is this going to affect the midterm elections, which is a really important question. He says the big question is what happens when the administration's determination to keep terrorizing the American people collides with public outrage. One safe prediction, Krugman says, is that Trump will try to subvert the November elections. In a clear example of a shakedown, Bondi has demanded that Governor Walz hand over the Minnesota voter rolls, which Maria just informed us about in the last segment. I had been saying that was an exchange for getting ICE out of Minnesota. Apparently, she never offered that exchange. She simply said, "You will give us the voter rolls." And of course, we all know why she wants them. They're gonna comb through them to look for people that they can argue are not voters. I mean, we saw this in 2000 in Florida, right? The polls were showing that Al Gore was going to win Florida. If Al Gore won Florida, he became president of the United States in 2000. The governor of Florida was Jeb Bush, George's brother. George was the governor of Texas. Jeb was the governor of Florida. They came from a dynastic, a very, very wealthy, very dynastic family. And George was running behind in Florida. So what did Jeb do, his brother? He had Katherine Harris get a list of all the felons in the prisons in Texas that George could give her. Now, more than half of the people in Texas prisons are either black or Hispanic. And black people and Hispanic people draw from a relatively small pool of names. A large percentage of American black people are named after former presidents. Washington is one of the most common names among black people, for example, Jackson. And a large number of Hispanic people, in fact, the vast majority of Hispanic people draw from one single language for their last names, Spanish. Whereas among white people in the United States, you've got this huge diversity. You got people with Slovakian names and Slovenian names and Swiss names and Swedish names and Norwegian names and German names and English names and French names and Greek names. And, these are all the white people, right? So if you compare a list of the felons in Texas's prisons to the voting rolls in Florida, which is what Katherine Harris did. And she said, don't look at birthdays and don't look at middle initials, just first and last name. So you've got a guy in prison in Texas named, Manuel Ortega. And there's got to be at least 30 Manuel Ortegas in Florida, right? So you just kick them all off the voting rolls. You got a guy in prison in Texas, named Tyrone Washington. Well, there's probably a half a dozen Tyrone Washingtons in Florida. So you just knock them all off the voting rolls. So by doing this, by taking the Texas prison list and comparing it with the Florida voter roll list, what Jeb Bush was able to do is take 80, 90,000 mostly Hispanic and mostly African-American people in Florida and just remove them from the voting rolls just a few weeks before the election. So 90,000 people showed up to vote and were told, sorry, you're no longer on the voting rolls. You've been purged. And that's how George W. Bush won the election for president in 2000. I mean, in addition to the Supreme Court saying we're not going to allow a recount to continue, to hell with the 10th Amendment and states' rights. I think the same thing is what's going on here. I think this is exactly what Pam Bondi is trying to do. And they're sharing this, with these right-wing groups like True the Vote that have a long history of basically, BSing us. So anyhow, he says one safe prediction is that Trump will try to subvert the November elections. In a clear example of a shakedown, Bondi has demanded that Governor Walz hand over the Minnesota voting rolls. He writes, the murder of Alex Preddy may be a tipping point. The moment at which skepticism about Trump's attacks on immigrants and those who protect them turns into horror and disgust. And that, I think, is the big question of our moment, of our day. And I put this to you, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this when we go to calls in a few minutes. And that is, do you think that the murder of Alex Preddy, which, for several days after Renee Good was killed, there was a debate about whether or not her car actually hit this cop. You've got the administration going, oh, he had an internal bleeding, which is what, kind of the definition of a bruise. He was not taken to the hospital. He did not go to the hospital. He's walking around the crime scene after he murdered her. He didn't seem injured at all. But, there was all this confusion, intentional confusion thrown out by the administration. They tried to do that again with Alex Preddy's murder. But the problem is that this time it didn't take a day or 2 or 3 days for all of the video to get out and for the media to say, hey, wait a minute. Because we'd seen this movie before. We saw this administration lie before to defend one of their murderous, rogue, masked secret police. And so immediately, all of the media, with the exception of Fox so-called News and the other right-wing sycophant billionaire-owned media who are sucking up to Trump, just outed these lies. I was amazed. Yesterday, I was 2 or 3 times during the day, I have both the New York Times and the Washington Post apps on my phone, and I subscribe to both. I canceled my Post subscription for a while, but I needed to get it back just because we use so much of their stuff on this program. And so I was looking at the front page of the New York Times online and the front page of the Washington Post online. And on the front page of the New York Times, they're explicitly saying in their headlines that the Trump administration is lying about the killing of Alex Preddy. The Washington Post never said that. They're using euphemisms. They're very careful that their headlines don't offend Donald Trump. Because, of course, the Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos, one of the richest men in the world, who desperately needs Donald Trump to, not hurt him with tariffs and to help his business interests and all these kind of things. So, there you go. Wild stuff. Meanwhile, something is happening in Minnesota. And this goes back to my question to you before. Do you think this is a turning point? Clearly, something is happening in Minnesota politics when one of the three leading Republican candidates for governor says to hell with all this stuff. I'll tell you about that after the break, and I'll pick up your calls. Stay with us.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Speaking the truth, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Tom Homan and a whole bunch of them would really rather you didn't know. I'll be right back with you. And welcome back. Let's pick up some calls here. Gar in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, Gar, what's on your mind today?
How you doing today, Tom?
Good. What's up?
Quickly, there's already an immigration bill because, we went from COVID-19 to ICE, which means cold, and mainly they claim they're in Minnesota because of immigration. But do you know President Johnson signed the immigration bill in 1965?
Yeah,
the Hart-Celler Act of 1965, October the 3rd.
Yep.
In front of the Statue of Liberty. How come nobody's talking about that?
Well, and what was significant about that, Gar, was in 1924, when the first Immigration Act was passed in the United States, outside of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1886, which was not comprehensive, it just focused on Chinese people. But the first actual, setting up a system for naturalization and all this kind of stuff, that was in 1924. And what that law said was that the United States can only admit immigrants so long as the immigrants it is admitting are maintaining the current racial balance of the United States. And at that point in time, it was about 70% white people. So there were quotas, racial quotas, on people coming into the United States. The 1965 Act that you're referencing here, Gar, changed that and eliminated the racial quotas. And that's when black people from Africa, brown people from South America and Central America, Asian people from Asia, people who are not white started coming to the United States in substantial numbers. And that's when the whole freak out, this is when, the whole great replacement theory came along.
I'm glad you brought that up, because in the 1920s, that's when the Ku Klux Klan was running rampant.
Yep.
I'm reading a book on the history of the Ku Klux Klan. It said, Fever in the Heartland, the Ku Klux Klan plot to take over America, and the woman who stopped them. And there was a D.C. Stevens, who was the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. It seemed like Trump is parallel to him. He beat up his wife. He beat up his women. He was beating up everybody, and he became very wealthy.
Yeah. D.C.
Stevens, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. And ICE, just the word ICE alone let you know they're cold-blooded, cold-hearted.
Yeah.
And you know who they killed? They murdered good. That's a sign in that.
Right.
ICE, cold-blooded murder, G-O-O-D, good.
Right, and pretty.
So that's what it let you know where they're at.
They're killing good and pretty.
Yeah.
I realize it's pretty, but
they are. They're cold-blooded. And what did Dr. King, his celebration was last week. And what did he say? America's one of the greatest purveyor of violence on earth.
Yeah, it's true.
And he caught a bullet in the head for saying that.
Yep. Yeah, but
Thank you.
It's sadly true. No, Gar, this is a moment in American history that we can't ignore. This is one of those moments when history turns. The rest of the world is looking at us going, why is it that Trump is doing whatever Putin wants? Why is it that Trump is trying to turn America into a fascist state like Russia? And, a lot of them are, genuinely baffled, scratching their heads. Others are really, really worried, and legitimately so. Wild stuff going on here. 20 minutes past the hour. I'll be back with you in 1 minute. Stay with us. Missed my opening rant today? It's usually published over at HartmanReport.com, where you can read it and share it with your friends for free. Check it out, HartmanReport.com. They called it blood libel, what the Germans were doing against the Jews, claiming that they were using the blood of Christian children to make their matzah. We've got a new blood libel now here in the United States. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump lying through their teeth, arguing that black Haitian immigrants to the United States, legal immigrants with green cards in this little town in Ohio, are eating pets. This is another libel that goes way back. In the 1890s, people were claiming German and Dutch immigrants were eating pets. Then they claimed in the 1880s, and actually as recently as last year, a restaurant got shut down in California because of claims that they were serving pets. They weren't. But it was an Asian restaurant. This is just evil stuff, these lies and spreading this kind of hate. And this is now the strategy that the Republicans are using. There's a whole article about it at HartmanReport.com, Hate as a Political Weapon. Check it out.
I heard a crown hit the marble floor. Didn't come from God, didn't come from law. Came wrapped in peace with a price tag high, signed in gold while the truth walked by. They said it started with a ceasefire pen, but it didn't stop there. It never does, my friend. One chair, one name, one iron hand, drawing borders no vote ever planned. Who made you king of the world tonight? Who gave you the earth and the stars in the sky? No ballots cast, no people heard, just a throne built on $1 billion world. You don't rule me, you don't rule us. You don't get the world because you say you must. They called it peace, but it smelled like fear. Pay a tribute or disappear. No checks, no courts, no final say, just loyalty bought and thrown away. Pass the crown to the chosen son. That's not justice, that's how empires run. We buried kings on this land once before. Now you're knocking on democracy's door. Who made you king of the world tonight?
24 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. So Chris Madell, M-A-D-E-L, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. John shared that with us a few minutes ago. He's a Republican, and he's an attorney in Minneapolis. A well-known guy, popular guy. He's one of the top candidates for the Republican primary for governor of Minnesota. And Tim Walz is not running for re-election, so, it's wide open on both sides. But Chris Madell was probably going to be the next Republican candidate for governor until last night. Last night, he stepped up to the microphone, and he said that he had originally supported the goals of Customs and Border Protection and ICE, getting the worst of the worst out of our cities. But he said, but the effort has, quote, expanded far beyond its stated focus on true public safety threats. Keep in mind, this is the Republican candidate for governor of Minnesota. He said, United States citizens, particularly those of color, now live in fear. United States citizens are carrying papers to prove their citizenship. That is wrong. He went on to say, and again, this is the guy who could have been the next governor of Minnesota, although I kind of doubt the Republicans are going to have much of a chance in Minnesota this year no matter what, but you never know. He said, and I quote, national Republicans have made it nearly impossible for a Republican to win a statewide election in Minnesota. It's unconstitutional to weaponize criminal investigations against political opponents and for ICE to raid homes with only a civil warrant. Driving while Hispanic is not a crime, neither is driving while Asian. I would add, neither is driving while black. I mean, they're specifically focusing on people they think might be Somali immigrants. in Minneapolis. So here we have a Republican with the courage to stand up and speak out about the vicious, racist horrors that are being visited upon the state of Minnesota by the Trump regime and by the criminals who are heading up the Trump regime. And he's saying, screw it, I'm not going to run for governor because there's no way I can win because you guys have just made everybody hate the Republicans. Fascinating stuff. Keep an eye on this guy. Is he going to become a Democrat? Is he just going to go back to practicing law? I mean, I don't know him personally. I know very little about him. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. 27 minutes past the hour. I'll pick up your calls on the other side of the break. Dawn in Minneapolis will be up next. Stay with us.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. Call 202-808-9925.
Defending America from the weapons of mass deception. I will be right back with you.
Our book club book for today is Talk Radio's America by Brian Rosenwald, subtitled How an Industry Took Over a Political Party that then took over the United States. This is from the introduction. August 1, 1988 marked the beginning of the long road to President Donald Trump. But even political junkies took little notice of the fateful events that unfolded that day as a failed disc jockey and former Kansas City Royals executive named Rush Hudson Limbaugh III made his national radio debut. Only a small audience tuned in. So poorly commemorated was the moment that we don't even know how many stations broadcast day one of Limbaugh's syndicated program. Limbaugh claims the show began on 56 affiliates, while other counts range from 57 and 87. From the beginning, the show was brash, entertaining, controversial, and boundary-pushing. Before Limbaugh, this sort of programming did not exist outside major cities. In 1983, there were just 59 talk radio stations nationwide, and the program on many of those stations consisted of advice shows, staged interviews, and caller-driven discussions of everything from neighborhood schools to abominable snowmen. Most talk radio programming focused on local concerns, and most of the industry's stars, such as Larry King and Jesse Raphael, had left-of-center views but rarely shared them. At the time of Limbaugh's national debut, talk radio had negligible political impact. In talk radio hotbeds such as Boston, hosts might influence local and statewide policy debates, especially on visceral issues such as seatbelt laws. But talk radio was not a partisan force, and it had no role in national politics. In fact, the wall-to-wall conservative political talk stations that dominate the AM airwaves today were impossible until 1987, thanks to a regulation called the Fairness Doctrine. That year, however, the Federal Communications Commission eliminated the policy, which required broadcasters of opinionated programming on controversial issues to offer an array of viewpoints. In this more permissive environment, Limbaugh would go on to revolutionize the radio business. In doing so, he helped unintentionally to spawn a major new political player. Within a decade, the broadcast format he inaugurated aired on more than 1,000 stations and kept millions company as they commuted, worked, and shouted back at their radios. It took just a few years before conservative talk radio began to influence national politics and public policy. That influence only grew throughout the decades as the business changed. Over the course of the 1990s and early 2000s, the number of nationally syndicated talk shows rose dramatically, and the content of talk radio programs became increasingly political and conservative. Liberal pundits and some scholars agree on the broad outlines of the story. Conservative station executives, conspiring with their Republican allies, built a format modeled on Limbaugh's program, and thousands of Limbaugh wannabes cropped up all over the country. Executives, hosts, and politicians turned talk radio into an appendage of the Republican Party, using the platform to get Republicans elected and advance the party's agenda. The success of talk radio led to the development of partisan and ideological cable news networks, and some hosts complemented their radio shows with primetime cable programs. Eventually, this content found a home in the new digital sphere, with equally strident cheerleaders proliferating on blogs and other online publications. This narrative makes sense, especially to liberals. After all, many conservative media executives and their corporate political action committees donate to Republican candidates, and most hosts champion conservative candidates and causes. But this narrative is wrong. In reality, the story of talk radio's emergence as a popular conservative format and the impact it had on American politics weaves together two, But this narrative is wrong. In reality, the story of talk radio's emergence as a popular conservative format and the impact it had on American politics weaves together two distinct, complex tales. Neither has anything to do with the conspiracy to create a media servant of the Republican Party. The first describes how talk radio spread across America, in the process saving AM radio from financial ruin. Limbaugh had no intention of affecting elections or legislation, and no inkling that he could. Nor did any of his early successors. The executives who gave these hosts a chance also had no interest in political outcomes. Hosts and their bosses were in business. They wanted to captivate listeners and make money, and they discovered, essentially by accident, that conservative political talk in the mouth of an entertaining personality achieved this. Conservative hosts had strong opinions, but their primary goal was, and still is, financial gain. And it is because they realized financial gain that more and more stations invested in their style and content while divesting from competing formats. The second story concerns talk radio's transformation after 1995 into an almost entirely conservative and doctrinaire medium that eventually spawned successors in other media, took over the Republican Party, and reshaped it in hosts' and listeners' image. Limbaugh was a great innovator, but he didn't change American media and politics all at once or on his own. In conservative talk radio's early days, hosts shared stations with liberal talkers and apolitical programs. There was not an immediate sense that conservative radio was the future either. But gradually, its success snowballed thanks to trial and error in the radio business, regulatory changes, political events, happenstance, and most importantly, listener behavior. Hosts also got a boost from marginalized conservative Republican politicians who realized that talk radio would enable them to circumnavigate the mainstream media, and deliver their message directly to voters. The book, Talk Radio's America.
Help support progressive radio. If you're listening to us on a commercial station, call their advertisers and let them know you're listening. If you're listening to us on Pacifica, one of our many nonprofit stations, please support them when they do their fundraising drives. Thanks for supporting progressive talk radio, and tag you're it. Donald Trump lost, voter suppression won in 2024. That's the headline over at HartmanReport.com, and just a brilliant article written by Greg Palast exclusively for the Hartman Report. He writes, Trump lost. That is, if all legal voters were allowed to vote, if all legal ballots were counted, Trump would have lost the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Vice President Kamala Harris would have won the presidency with 286 electoral votes. And if not for the mass purge of voters of color, if not for the mass disqualification of provisional and mail-in ballots, if not for the new mass vigilante challenges in swing states, Harris would have gained at least another 3.5 million votes, topping Trump's popular vote tally by 1.2 million. Greg brings us the numbers. He lays it out. You can read it over at HartmanReport.com. Absolutely free. It's titled Trump Lost, Vote Suppression Won at HartmanReport.com. Check it out.
Under Trump's rule, obedience is law, and defiance is treated like a crime. But the heartbeat of a nation won't be broken. We've stood up every single time. Fear tries to own the moment, but courage remembers how to rise. We rise up from the shadows,
past the hour. Welcome back. So this is fascinating. The FBI director, Kash Patel, you know, the Trump toady, told Fox News, and I quote, now, by the way, as you listen to this quote, just remember Kyle Rittenhouse had his mother drive him all the way up to Minneapolis from down near Chicago, I believe it was, with an AR-15 just so he could go kill protesters at a Black Lives Matter march, and he killed 2 and blew part of the arm off a 3rd. And the Republicans love him. He does fundraisers for the Republican Party all over the country. Still does. He's lionized. He's a speaker at CPAC. He's, oh my God, look at this. He brought a loaded gun to a protest and he killed 3 people, or killed 2 people and almost killed a 3rd. He's our hero. Brought a loaded gun to a protest. So, here's what Kash Patel said yesterday on Fox News. Fox so-called news. He said, and I quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest you want. It's that simple." Which provoked the head of the senior vice president for legal studies at the Cato Institute, Clark Neely, Cato Institute, formerly the Charles Koch Foundation, to issue this statement, quote, "There is no blanket prohibition or longstanding tradition against bringing otherwise lawfully owned and carried firearms to a protest, parade, demonstration, or other public event. To the contrary, the default practice or tradition is that someone who is lawfully carrying a firearm may bring it to public gatherings, including protests and demonstrations." You think? See, we're at a time of decision. This is one of those moments in American history. Governor Tim Walz called it out yesterday in Minneapolis. Here's what he had to say.
To Americans who are watching this right now, and I don't know, maybe you're watching it with curiosity, bewilderment, horror, scorn, or sympathy. I've got a question for all of you. What side do you want to be on? The side of an all-powerful federal government that can kill, injure, menace, and kidnap its citizens off the streets? Or on the side of a nurse at the VA hospital who died bearing witness to such government? Or the side of a mother whose last words were, "I'm not mad at you"? The side of tens of thousands of peaceful citizens who showed up to march when the wind chill was 40 below because they love this state and they love this country. You're allowed to decide at any point that you're not with this anymore. If you voted for this administration, heck, even if you thought Operation Metro Surge was a good idea, sounded like the thing to do a month ago, you're still allowed to look at what's happening here in Minnesota and say, this isn't what I voted for and this isn't what I want. I ask you not to stand by idly. Speak out, share what you're seeing, and urge others to put politics aside. To America.
There you go. And so the Trump administration's response is they're going to take this guy who was caught by the FBI on film taking a $50,000 bribe, $50,000 in cash in a burger joint bag, in exchange for him getting a contract for a company if he ever became the head of ICE or Customs and Border Patrol or whatever, Department of Homeland Security. They're going to take this guy who took a bribe, and we all know it, and send him to Minneapolis. Like he's got some sort of moral authority? Really, Tom Homan? Are you trying to tell me that? Seriously? Dawn in Minneapolis. Hey, Dawn, what's on your mind today?
Hey, Tom. I'm madder than a snake here in Minneapolis, and I want to thank you for taking my call and giving me the platform, because I've been screaming at the TV all morning, and I've been screaming at everyone around me, and there's something I want to say that I haven't heard anybody say. And also, respectfully to you, to correct you as well, Tom, that Alex Pretty was not at a protest. This happened on a street corner in Minneapolis on a Saturday outside of a donut shop, okay? There was no active protest going on unless you consider us just citizens existing in our city. He may have been part of a watch group, which is literally us just walking around. And I tell you what, There are people and eyes on every single corner in this city. And we're all learning. Okay, I don't know if it's true, but I heard it was true that Pink Jacket Lady was going to live on Citizen app, and not that. So now we're all going live with our recordings. I am getting my burner phone today. Okay, and we are all activated here. And he was simply just walking around. I was on a street, a commercial street that's all lined with businesses that are all mostly, people who are Ecuadorian and just Latino overall, or Somali, or there's Egyptian, Holy Land. They've been raided. Just all these restaurants up and down the street. That could have happened in front of me on Saturday. I was just out there with my cell phone, drinking my coffee. Okay, and I'm going to tell you why this is a turning point in every single thing. That gun in his pocket is the fulcrum for the beginning of the end. And the reason is because they have backed themselves into such a corner with this narrative about that gun in his pocket. And I tell you what, they started this whole thing by saying Minneapolis is a hellscape. It's dangerous. It's overrun with Somali gangs and the worst of the worst and rapists and murderers. Okay, then wouldn't you have your gun in your pocket? All you 2A people, I tell you all, you come to Minneapolis, I bet you're going to bring your gun with you. Okay? And this is a hunting state. I bet half the people on the streets have guns at this point. My friend just yesterday, she was going to get her, she's also a nurse, going to get her permit. I know people who are Reiki masters in the city that have guns. Okay? And they have backed themselves into a corner, and this lie is going to spark. And I've said from the beginning, it's not us that's going to take them down. It's going to be his own people, because not everyone who voted for him is stupid. Yeah. And when they realize that they've been lied to, he's lying about this. And the guns, the guns are the most hot button in this country. It didn't matter. Yes, it's important that he's white. That was their message to us. You white people aren't safe. The women's with Nicole Good. You women especially lesbian women, we used to burn people like you at the stake. That wasn't enough. That was a message to us to say we're not safe. Now that gun changes everything, and that's all I wanted to say, Tom. Yeah, well, you said it very well, Dawn. Hang on just a second, though, before you hang up. I'd like to read to you an email that was sent to, it was posted on Facebook by a guy named Frank Bennett, and it's a letter from his son who's in Minneapolis, okay? And his son writes, and I'd like you to reality check this for me. He writes, what is impossible to convey is that it is so much worse here in Minneapolis than what you see via social media. The media simply can't tell the story of the hundreds of unmarked SUVs rolling around the metro on a daily basis, beating and kidnapping women, children, elderly, and citizens alike. Every day, a dozen or more cars are left idling with doors open and smashed windows in sub-zero temperatures. Flashbangs are routinely being thrown into homes where no warrant exists, oftentimes traumatizing families inside. Parents now instinctively know to shout the names of their children in school while being disappeared, hoping a bystander will go to that school to make sure the child isn't left unattended for days at a time, not knowing where their parents went. Chemical weapons are being used on peaceful bystanders to the point where we don't even report it anymore. The same with automatic weapons being unholstered and pointed between the eyeballs of U.S. citizens. Schools with high immigrant populations have mostly closed, and children of color in predominantly white districts don't come to school anymore. Where school is taking place, parents are forming human chains at pickup and drop-off, both to look for ICE activity and subsequently to ensure that they are taken due to obstructing federal officers instead of the children. And then it goes on to the first death in ICE custody, et cetera. Is that all accurate? It's all true. Yeah, all of those things are true. And if you were to come here and it's really kind of the luck of the draw. You know, they're just roaming around. Like I said, I was out on Saturday, and that could have absolutely happened in front of me, but it happened down in South Minneapolis, certain streets which seems to be, more of their focus. Right. My husband teaches for the Minnesota Institute for Remote Learning, and they've doubled their student body. Because people are afraid to go out in person. People are afraid to go out, but I tell you what, a lot of us aren't. And so that's one thing. They picked the wrong city. I knew they were coming for us, and we learned a lot in 2020, and we're not going to take the bait.
Yeah.
And they can try, but I'm telling you, the gun is the fulcrum for the change, and this is going to be what takes them down. Mark my words. I believe in divine destiny, and I really believe that about Alex.
From your lips to God's ears, Dawn, I sure hope you're right. Thank you so much for the call.
I hope I'm right, too. I'm an optimist. I try to be.
There you go. Okay, thanks, Dawn. Good talking to you. It's 46 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit thomhartmann.com for audio and video archives.
It's talk media for the sane among us. Yes, we're still here. We're still sane, and we'll be right back with you. And welcome back. Don in Evergreen, Colorado. Hey, Don, what's on your mind today?
Hey, Tom. I saw the video of the woman who was taking pictures of the Iceman, and he was taking pictures of her, threatening to put her on the domestic terrorist list.
Right.
For any person who travels, basically, that automatically puts you on the no-fly list. So as a professional pilot or any flight crew member, that's a career ender. Any person who has to travel for business, that's a career ender.
So
for anybody who wants to travel on vacation, they're going to have to drive.
No, I get that, Don. How do you know that having ICE film you puts you on the no-fly list?
Well, they were threatening that, and they've been using facial recognition to identify people, and they say they're putting them on the domestic terrorist list.
Right, but they're putting them on ICE's domestic terrorist list, not necessarily the Department of Transportation's.
Well,
I mean, I'm assuming you're making a leap here, that you're making an inference rather than making a statement of fact. Is that correct?
Well, I'm pretty sure that if you're on a domestic terrorist list, you're going to wind up on the no-fly list very quickly.
Yeah. Okay. It makes sense to me, Don. I hope it's very much not the case, but if it is the case, I'm guessing we'll find out fairly quickly. Don, thanks a lot for the call. It's great to hear from you. Bobby in La Puente, California. Hey, Bobby, what's on your mind today?
First of all, Happy New Year to you, Louise, and the Teamsters.
Thank you. Back to you and Vivian.
Thank you. Yeah, the reason I called, it triggered me with that when you were in Africa, you had an AK pulled in your face.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've had AK-47s in my face at least 3 times now in my life.
Well, I've had that experience by the sheriffs here. But what's going on there is insanity. It triggers me because I grew up in a racist town. Okay, fascism, I know through violence and fear. I grew up in it. I was trained in it. I was telling Mateo, my dad. So I had an early understanding of it. And killing citizens, you know what I mean? In my neighborhood, they shot a teenager, 17 years old. So it's nothing new.
Yeah.
Except it's on steroids. Everybody's free game. Self will run riot with these goons. You know, I mentioned one time in a 12-step program, all right? And I look over ex-sheriff with a big swastika. So it hasn't changed.
Yeah.
In the 1970 riots, East LA riots, Laguna, they murdered a journalist, Ruben Salazar, reporting on police brutality. I don't know if you knew that.
I did. And you know what this reminds me of, Bobby? I saw a comment yesterday, I think it was on Blue Sky, where a black guy posted, now the white people of Minneapolis are discovering what the rest of us, people of color, have been living with in this country throughout our entire lives.
Exactly.
There is no safe space.
White supremacy, Tom. White supremacy.
Yeah.
Is what's going on. And I was telling Mateo, Leave It to Beaver. I watched that and I studied that show. Not once have I seen a person of color. Wait a minute, yes. It was a family from Argentina and a black waitress, you know. So that's what they want.
Yeah, that was called enlightenment back then. Bobby, thank you. Yeah,
early on.
There you go. You're right, Bobby. It's always great hearing from you. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you and your bride. We will be back. Thank you very much. Hey, thanks so much for sharing our program and for reaching out to our stations and sponsors and letting them know that you're listening. It really means a lot to us. Did you know that the ancient Roman Republic, which for 480 years was actually a democratic republic before Julius Caesar kind of ended the democracy phase and replaced it with the autocracy phase, that they were brought down by a very small group of very rich people. The richest man in ancient Rome was Marcus Licinius Crassus. He was the richest guy. The billionaire of Rome. And he frankly hated the Roman free bread for all welfare system. It was being paid for with his tax dollars, after all. So him and Pompey the Great and a few other rich guys got together, and they basically crashed Rome. They turned it into an oligarchy and then into a tyranny. And the parallels to what Trump is doing right now are absolutely shocking. There's an article about it over at HartmanReport.com titled American Caesar, Trump's Path to Power Mirrors Rome's Darkest Days. Check it out.
There was a time when truth drew blood, when lies would cost you skin. Now money talks, the courts look away, and sin just cashes in.
Welcome back. 53 minutes past the hour. Yeah, Citizens United has done that to us. It's true. Sandy in Nelma, Wisconsin. Hey, Sandy, what's up?
Hi, Tom. There was a lady on earlier. She spoke about Reddit and the protest that's going to happen in February, February 4th, I think. I think it would do a world of good if everybody had the same protest sign against Donald Trump, that he is the enemy within. That's what, if we all carried that same sign, his orange face would be red as heck.
Yeah, there you go. It's unfortunate that, if you say Manchurian candidate, mostly only people over 50 know what you're talking about. But that's what he is, in my opinion. And this guy was installed here by Russian intelligence to screw our country and to end democracy all around the world, and he's doing it.
Yes.
But,
yes, and to your friend Tom, the Republican, he better open up his eyes.
Yeah.
God gave him eyes to see and ears to hear.
Well, he's made it very clear that he's all about the money, and Trump gave him a tax break. He makes a lot of money. Trump gave him a tax break, and so that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about democracy. Sandy, thanks a lot for the call. I got to move along. Thank you. Chantel in Chesterfield, Missouri. Hey, Chantel, what's on your mind today?
Hi. Good afternoon, Tom. So this is what I want to say. Desensitizing. First it started with black. You see the murders of the black people on television. So what's happening is they're trying to desensitize the people, but that wasn't the comment that I called about. We need to talk solutions and the steps. Where are the leaders that are supposed to be upholding the Constitution? We elected them, to uphold the Constitution, but yet they allow Trump to make these laws, and they're enforcing it as if it's been passed. So what do we do? What do we do when Congress, that took the oath to uphold the Constitution, and we can elect new people, during their term, but what is electing new people if it's a 50-50 chance of them not upholding the Constitution like the ones that are already in the office.
Yeah, no, I totally get it, Chantel, and I agree with your analysis and your question. I don't know why Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are not in Minneapolis right now, renting a small auditorium and inviting Minnesotans to come and testify before an ad hoc congressional committee investigating violence being committed by a rogue regime. I don't know why they're not doing that. In any other country, the opposition politicians would be out there right now. And frankly, if this was the other way around, if this was, a red city and a bunch of liberals were protesting, the Republicans would be doing that right now. We both know it. So where's our leadership? Are they hiding under a mattress someplace? Is that what's going on?
Well, see, a lot of them, and this is where our research has to come into play. We got to get the people out to vote because, they done redistrict a whole lot. But at the same time, we got to make sure that we're not electing people that are supported by the lobbyists either, getting inside and knowing that they're not going to uphold the Constitution.
Absolutely right. Chantel, I'm sorry I'm out of time, but thank you for the call. You said it so well. And thank you for being with us today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. In the meantime, don't forget, democracy is not a spectator sport. It requires all of us, and that includes you. So get out there, get active, tag, you're it. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. Be good to yourself and the folks around you. Stay safe, and I will catch up with you tomorrow.
Listening to Thom Hartmann. For audio and video archives, visit thomhartmann.com.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again.
Today, we'll spend the hour in Minnesota. where Governor Tim Walz has activated the National Guard following the second shooting death of a protester in Minneapolis by federal immigration agents. Alex Pretty, an ICU nurse at the Veterans Administration, was helping a woman pushed to the ground when he was tackled and shot. He had a holstered gun that he was legally permitted to carry that he never took out. We'll go to Minneapolis for a report from the streets and speak to a doctor who is a former colleague.
Alex was a sweet, kind, and gentle soul who had a strong sense of civic responsibility and really stood up for his community and his neighbors. His death is a devastating blow and truly frightening for all of us that want to stand up for our communities and our neighbors, and tells us that any interaction with ICE can be life-threatening.
Then we'll be joined by Nikema Levy-Armstrong, the civil rights lawyer, minister, and activist who was arrested last week and jailed for protesting peacefully in a St. Paul church. She's now been released.
I'm grateful to have my freedom after feeling as if I was abducted by the federal government and the Trump administration merely for speaking truth to power about the joint role of David Easterwood as being a pastor and the director of the ICE office in Minnesota. What's next is that we continue to persevere in challenging the status quo, as well as fighting our case in court.
And we'll continue to hear from many Minnesotans themselves. On Friday, tens of thousands marched through the streets, closed businesses, and rallied for ICE to get out of Minnesota.
The fear is so tangible. This is our last option. We need to shut it all down. And so I am calling on every educator in this state, in this country, just shut it down with Minneapolis, with St. Paul. You need to shut it all down with us, because if we do not shut it down right now, your city is next.
All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Protests are continuing in Minnesota after federal immigration agents fatally shot 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Pretty in Minneapolis Saturday. He was an intensive care unit nurse in the Minneapolis Veterans Health Care System who was filming officers on his phone during a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. His killing comes just weeks after ICE fatally shot Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3 in Minneapolis, and after Friday's demonstrations, where over 50,000 people took to the streets of downtown Minneapolis protesting ICE as thousands of residents held a general economic strike. Federal agents claimed Pretty was a violent gunman who threatened to massacre law enforcement. But video evidence and witness statements directly contradict their account. Video footage shows Pretty being wrestled to the ground by several law enforcement officers before being shot 10 times in less than 5 seconds. The videos show Pretty coming to the defense of a woman who was shoved to the ground by a federal officer. The officer then sprays Pretty with a chemical agent before tackling him to the street. 6 agents surround Pretty on the ground. At least one appears to fire at him at close range. They then step away from Pretty's body, and one officer appears to fire 6 shots at Pretty's motionless body. Pretty had no criminal record and had a legal permit to carry a firearm, which he never took out. Pretty's parents released a statement after his killing saying, quote, "We are heartbroken, but also very angry. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He has his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed, his parents wrote. The Department of Homeland Security has blocked local investigators from probing the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. Protests erupted in Minnesota in the wake of Pretty's killing.
What I've been hearing and seeing is that the community has been talking to each other as real people, and these people have come in and been hurting us. They've been attacking us when we've been doing nothing but following the law, peacefully observing, and then they decide to gang up and kill one of us.
NBC News is reporting President Trump is considering invoking the Insurrection Act to quell protests against ICE in Minneapolis. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz has blamed untrained federal officers for the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. This is Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey Saturday.
How many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation?
Meanwhile, the NRA, the National Rifle Association, issued a statement condemning the Trump administration's claims that justify Pretty's killing because he was carrying a weapon. The NRA wrote, quote, "This sentiment is dangerous and wrong. Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens," unquote. The NBA postponed Saturday's game between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Golden State Warriors after federal agents shot and killed Pretty. The Timberwolves head coach, Chris Finch, denounced ICE's killing of Pretty ahead of the game Sunday.
For the second time in less than 3 weeks, we've lost another beloved member of our community in the most unimaginable way. You know, as an organization, we are heartbroken for what we are having to witness and endure and watch, and we just want to extend our thoughts, prayers, and concern for Mr. Pretty.
The NBA Players Association also released a statement saying, quote, "Following the news of yet another fatal shooting in Minneapolis, a city that's been on the forefront of the fight against injustices, NBA players can no longer remain silent. Now, more than ever, we must defend the right to freedom of speech and stand in solidarity with the people in Minnesota protesting and risking their lives to demand justice," unquote. Attorney General Pam Bondi is demanding access to Minnesota's voter rolls and welfare data in exchange for pulling ICE out of the state. In a letter sent to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz just hours after ICE fatally shot Alex Pretty, Attorney General Bondi wrote, quote, "Share all of Minnesota's records on Medicaid and food and nutrition service programs, including the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program data with the federal government," unquote. Adding, quote, "Allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law," unquote. Meanwhile, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said Democrats plan to block a funding package next week if it includes money for the Department of Homeland Security. It comes as 120 House Democrats are sponsoring a bill to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Tracy Mergen, an FBI supervisor in the Minneapolis field office, has resigned after unsuccessfully trying to investigate ICE agent Jonathan Ross, who fatally shot Renee Good. Mergen resigned after being pressured by the FBI's Washington bureau to discontinue her probe into Ross. It comes as Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said, quote, "There is currently no basis for a criminal civil rights investigation," unquote, into Good's killing. Israeli forces have launched a military operation in North Gaza to search for the remains of soldier Ran Gvili, the last hostage held in the besieged territory. Israel has conditioned the reopening of the Rafah crossing between southern Gaza and Egypt on whether it retrieves the remains of Gvili. Israel's announcement came as Palestinians in Gaza mourned the killing of at least 3 Palestinians in Israeli attacks and another violation of the U.S.-brokered truce. Among the victims, 2 children killed in an Israeli drone strike on a group of Palestinians gathering firewood near Kamel Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. They were identified as 13-year-old Salman al-Zawara and his 15-year-old cousin, Mohammed al-Zawara. This is Mohammed's father.
So this is the peace they talk about? This is it? This is the peace? This is surrender, not peace. Now Mohammed is gone.
While Israel continues to violate the so-called ceasefire, President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, held another discussion with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week on efforts to implement the second phase of the Gaza truce. In news from the occupied West Bank, Al Jazeera reports Israeli soldiers are forcing Palestinians to evacuate a number of buildings, including schools and kindergartens, in the town of Kfar Akhab, amidst escalating Israeli raids across the West Bank. In Britain, at least 86 protesters were arrested on the grounds of a London jail as they gathered to demand the release of Palestine Action political prisoners. The protest also focused on Palestine Action prisoner Mohammed Umar Khalid, who's 22 years old and relaunched his hunger strike about 2 weeks ago. He'd initially been on hunger strike since November, briefly pausing in December due to severe health complications. Videos of the protest at West London's Wormwood Scrubs jail shows police shoving protesters to the ground and handcuffing them. At least 8 activists remain jailed as they await trial over charges related to their advocacy with Palestine Action, which was banned by the British government under its Terrorism Act. Many of them were previously on hunger strike for more than a month. Venezuela's interim government released more than 100 prisoners Sunday. The Venezuelan human rights group Foro Penal said dozens of those released had been detained for political reasons. Interim Venezuelan leader Delcy Rodriguez has vowed to continue to release hundreds of prisoners, including opponents of President Nicolas Maduro, who remains in a New York jail, along with his wife, following the U.S. military strike on Caracas earlier this month that led to their abduction. Meanwhile, Rodriguez has said she's had enough of what she slammed as orders from the Trump administration, saying the United States should, quote, "Let Venezuelan politics resolve our differences and internal conflicts. Enough of foreign powers," the acting president said. Rodriguez spoke from the Caribbean coastal town of Puerto La Cruz on Sunday.
Estamos a la vanguardia de la felicidad económica.
We are at the forefront of Venezuela's economic and social happiness, and now it is up to us to become the country with the largest oil reserves in the world and the largest gas reserves in this hemisphere. Now it is up to us to become a true oil and gas producing power. We must not be afraid of the energy agenda, neither with the United States nor with the rest of the countries in the world.
The chair of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices at the CDC, Dr. Kirk Milhoan, said that shots against polio and measles should be optional. His comments came in an interview with the podcast Why Should I Trust You?, where Dr. Milhoan said, quote, "As you look at polio, we need to not be afraid to consider that we're in a different time now than we were then. Our sanitation is different, our risk of disease is different, and so that those all play into the evaluation of whether this is worthwhile of taking a risk for a vaccine or not," unquote. During the interview, he called school vaccinations authoritarian. Dr. Sean O'Leary, the chair of the Infectious Disease Disease Committee at the American Academy of Pediatrics said in response, quote, "He has no idea what he's talking about. It's very frustrating for those of us who spend our careers trying to do what we can to improve the health of children to see harm coming to children because of an ideological agenda not grounded in science," unquote. And the Marxist scholar, political analyst, historian, and author Michael Parenti has died at the age of 92. He was an outspoken critic of capitalism, imperialism, and class inequities, whose intellectual works were celebrated around the world. He was the author of over 20 books, including Democracy for the Few and Super Patriotism. This is Michael Parenti on Democracy Now! In 2009.
Well, I argue that one of the functions of a capitalist state is to defend capitalism from itself, to defend capitalism from the capitalists. It was Marx, yeah, we mentioned him, I hear he's coming back in style. It was Marx who said one capitalist will kill many other capitalists, that the system it begins to consume itself. We see that with Bernard Madoff and the like. The free market does not work. It's not free. It's not really a market. It's a plunder, and it has to be done away with.
To see our interviews with Michael Parenti, you can go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show in Minnesota, where federal immigration agents Saturday fatally shot Alex Jeffrey Preti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse who worked in the Minneapolis Veterans Healthcare System. Preti's killing came just over 2 weeks after an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good, a 37-year-old poet and mother of 3. And it came a day after a massive protest in Minnesota against Trump's immigration crackdown. As in the case of Renee Good, Trump administration officials quickly claimed Alex Preti posed a threat. Preti was a licensed gun owner and was armed, but video shows he never took out his gun. White House advisor Stephen Miller called Preti a would-be assassin. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino claimed Preti wanted to, quote, massacre law enforcement, unquote. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed Preti had, quote, brandished a weapon. But video from the scene and sworn testimony from eyewitnesses told a very different story. I want to read the words of one eyewitness. The witness begins by describing how Preti had been helping to direct traffic in the minutes before he was fatally shot. The eyewitness wrote, quote, I and the man who was observing and helping direct traffic were standing in the street. There was a phone in the man's hand recording a video. An agent approached and asked us to back up, so I moved slowly back onto the sidewalk. The man stayed in the street filming as the other observers were being forced backward by another ICE agent threatening them with pepper spray. The man went closer to support them as they got threatened, just with his camera out. I didn't see him reach for or hold a gun. Then the ICE agent shoved one of the other observers to the ground. Then he started pepper spraying all 3 of them directly in the face and all over. The man with the phone put his hands above his head, and the agent sprayed him again and pushed him. Then the man tried to help up the woman the ICE agent had shoved to the ground. The ICE agents just kept spraying. More agents came over and grabbed the man who was still trying to help the woman get up. The agents pulled the man on the ground. I didn't see him touch any of them. He wasn't even turned toward them. It didn't look like he was trying to resist, just trying to help the woman up. I didn't see him with a gun. They threw him to the ground. 4 or 5 agents had him on the ground, and they just started shooting him. They shot him so many times. I don't know why they shot him. He was only helping. I was 5 feet from him, and they just shot him. That's the sworn testimony of an individual who witnessed immigration agents fatally shoot Alex Preti on the streets of Minneapolis Saturday morning. Video shows Preti never reached for his gun, and that an agent disarmed him by removing Preti's gun from its holster before the first shot was fired. A total of 10 shots were fired. 6 of the shots were fired at Preti's motionless body. A doctor who witnessed the shooting described what happened next by saying, quote, "I saw that the victim was lying on his side and was surrounded by several ICE agents. I was confused as to why the victim was on his side because that's not standard practice when a victim has been shot. Checking for a pulse and administering CPR is standard practice. Instead of doing either of those things, the ICE agents appeared to be counting his bullet wounds," unquote. After the shooting, the federal government blocked local investigators from reviewing the evidence just like it did after the fatal shooting of Renee Good. On Saturday night, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order barring federal officials, quote, "from destroying or altering evidence," unquote. A federal court hearing is set for today. Several Republican lawmakers have called for joint federal and state investigations. Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy said, quote, "The credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake," unquote. Democracy Now!'s John Hamilton was in the streets of Minneapolis this weekend and filed this report.
9 a.m. on Saturday morning, gunshots ring out across a stretch of the Whittier neighborhood of South Minneapolis known as Eat Street. Video of the homicide began to circulate across social media, prompting shocked and angry neighbors to pour into the streets despite temperatures below 0 Fahrenheit. Within hours, protesters from across the Twin Cities region converged near the intersection of Nicollet Avenue and 26th Street, the site of the killing. They were met with extraordinary violence. Those arrested by the masked federal agents were shoved into unmarked SUVs, many with out-of-state plates.
They took my sister, Donna. She was on the corner exercising her First Amendment right to protest. We were standing on the corner. We got separated by ICE, and I turned around to find her, and she was being thrown on the ground, and there was, I don't know, 4 or 5 agents on top of her, and then they drug her to a car or to something. It might be that van down there. Sorry, I just want to find my sister Donna, please. Somebody help me find where I can pick her up.
Okay. We were just running away from the gas. That's all we were doing.
Where is she right now?
He's being arrested by ICE.
Just as they did after ICE agent Jonathan Ross fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th, federal agents blocked state investigators with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension from approaching the scene, even after BCA officers obtained a warrant signed by a judge.
My name is Kevin. I live a block away from here. I woke up today and heard the news and immediately came outside to start protesting. These people are Nazi fascists and they need to get out of our neighborhoods. They need to be abolished. This entire agency needs to be abolished. The constitutional observers are being dragged out of their vehicles. They're still breaking their windows, breaking out of their vehicles, pepper spraying. I'm seeing people being pepper sprayed who are just lying down and already tackled by 3 Border Patrol agents. This latest video, this person, 6 Border Patrol agents around them, and they still shot them 5 times in the street. It's just outright murder. They're just outright murdering us.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jeremy, and right now I'm standing on Stevens and 26th here, and I've got a ton of ICE agents sitting in the street, and they're all trying to push us back and get us out of the area. Just this morning, 6 ICE officers shot and killed 1 person. I came out here to protest, and all they have done ever since is arrest innocent people for walking into the street.
About 4 hours after they were filmed committing homicide in a video that was already racing across the internet, the masked federal agents left the scene. They drove away angry but peaceful protesters with volleys of tear gas, concussion grenades, and other so-called less lethal weapons. ICE, Border Patrol, and other federal agents left in a convoy of SUVs, tailed by an armored vehicle, vacating a crime scene without any coordination with state or local law enforcement.
as they were leaving, they just started throwing tear gas and concussion flashbangs into the crowd. Nobody was doing anything. I was literally shaking hands with people I was talking to as they were leaving.
Just minutes after federal agents left the scene, uniformed state police officers fired volleys of tear gas as they left in a convoy that was flanked by a pair of armored vehicles. Reverend Genjo Sam Conway lives 3 blocks from the scene of the killing. He woke up to the sound of a helicopter overhead and rushed to the scene after learning the news.
This is somebody else. This is the DNR now, and the State Patrol is what it looks like. We don't understand, 1, why they're here, and we don't understand, 2, why they're allowed to be masked as well. They are also refusing to identify themselves and not providing badge numbers or names. Get ICE out of here and be on our side. You're supposed to protect us, not them. They don't live here. Help us. Help us right now. This is an occupation.
With the stench of tear gas still in the air, protesters gathered by the hundreds at the intersection of 26th and Nicollet Avenue, where they erected barricades cutting off vehicle traffic and erecting a memorial at the site of the killing. Across the street from where Alex Pretty was gunned down by federal agents is Glam Doll Donuts, where eyewitnesses watched the killing through the restaurant's front window. Inside, some of the staff who witnessed the violence are feeding donuts and coffee to protesters who've come in from the cold.
My name is Melissa. I'm a volunteer for being a medic, and I'm here because I saw in my neighborhood that a nurse was murdered on Nicollet, and there was a lot of people here getting pepper sprayed, and so I wanted to come down and provide services to help our community. We've seen everything from people that are unconscious, that have fainted, tear gassed, bruised, bloody noses, can't breathe, like asthmatic events. Just simple things I haven't seen besides the worst thing that could happen to a human being, murdered, and I wasn't here at that time, but there were several people that are here now that were present. This is my neighborhood. I have to be out here. Right before, when I was coming here, I called my son to let him know where I was going and that I was volunteering as a medic, because I don't know, it could have been me. We are all Renee Good. It could have been us. The gentleman, I don't know his name, that was murdered today, that could have been my son or you. It's random. He was an observer. I'm an observer. I have this medic badge, but what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. They don't care.
Jailani Hussein is a Somali-American civil rights activist and executive director of the Minnesota chapter of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations.
We are here again at another scene of a murder of really a neighbor who decided to be an observer today. You could see the videos that he was at the time standing up for his neighbors, and ICE agents did not like that and appeared to be approaching him, wrestling him to the ground, and then later on shooting and killing him. So it's a really tense situation. Minnesotans have come out today. There's a lot of people on the streets. We really just cannot make sense of what's happening. We are under assault. We are under attack. We're sieged by the federal government. We have 3,000 masked men in our community. Our law enforcement are overwhelmed, and we're feeling a sense of overcome by everything that's happening. Yet yesterday, in one of the coldest days of the year, nearly negative 10 degrees, 50,000 people came out in protesting, and it's just a reminder.
volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. We need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you are interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. We need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. We need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. We need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. need volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved. volunteers. In order to keep up the level of sports coverage WinCam currently provides, we are in need of additional support. What does WinCam cover? WinCam broadcasts Winchester High School volleyball, football, basketball, hockey, and more. These games stream live on our website, as well as on our cable channels. All games are then uploaded to YouTube for replay. If you're interested in sports broadcasting, camera operation, commentating, and more, email us at wincam@wincam.org to see how you can get involved.